no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. That was the break. I am the Dreadist. That was another break. And welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and stop throwing bricks at me. Today, we are playing Myst. So, I'm waiting for the bus. Ah, I see. So, you had to find a way to kill some time, and perhaps me in the meantime. And no, I will not stop. I would still hope that you would run out of bricks after a while, but you fixed that problem with the attached rope ever so cleverly. So annoying. But welcome in, Zev, and congratulations for being first. Now, you might remember that when I started streaming from my PlayStation 5 with Silent Hill 2 Remake, I said that I want to play more games that use the new hardware. And so, I decided to start playing Myst, which is available as part of the PlayStation Plus Premium subscription, because it is a retro game. Now, it is true that this game was first released on PC back in 1993, so it's not exactly brand new. But you see, the PlayStation 1 port that I'm playing is not as old. It was actually released in 1996, so it's barely 30 years old. So it surely will make the most of the PlayStation 5's hardware. I made a streamer ban a person that was first in their stream. Wow, that raises a lot of questions. Why? How? When? Yeah, I could go on. Did you want to take their place? That's why you got them banned? For fun? Oh, I see. Zev can be mean in a competition, as we can see. Real mean. So what happened? What did they do other than, well, being first? Which is, in itself, not a crime, as far as I know. But who knows? Maybe in Zev's law book, it can be. Only Zev can be first. I actually wanted to be first in Aloy's stream. I asked him to ban first. He said no. Then I asked Zeb. Zeb banned the person that was first in his stream then. You can't just get people banned because you want to be first and they take your spot. I mean, technically you can because you just proved it, but you shouldn't. As you see, I can. Oh, that is that specific flavor of Zev logic that is really difficult to argue with, because it is proven by events. It is actually used in everyday life, but it's not necessarily logical. Couldn't or shouldn't. Yeah, there's a big difference there. Fair point. I mean, let's try to reiterate. Normally, you couldn't, but I guess there are exceptions. It's Zev's stream. People have to expect to be banned for sillies. Wow, I never got banned. No, I feel special. Maybe I should be more careful from now on. I can get banned just for being first. It's a good thing that mostly I am late to streams and everything else. I hate running, you see. I can ask him to ban you. Oh, how nice of you. You really shouldn't. Oh goodness. I walked right into this one, didn't I? Well, back to the topic at hand. I started playing Myst around 2 months ago or so, but then I had to take a little break from the game because I was running out of time with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt, so I used most of my streams to showcase that game. But now that the poor game is no more, it is time to return to Myst. And what a great timing it is, which I absolutely did not plan. But just the other day, actually yesterday, I was browsing the PlayStation blog and I read an article about Myst and its sequel Ribbon that was published yesterday, so let's take a look. I keep asking to be mod for Cutie Wasp and ban everyone, but he keeps refusing. Do you see any sort of connection between the fact that he keeps refusing your request to be mod and your desire to ban everyone, by any chance? I ban all the bad people though. Well, yes, if you ban everyone, all the bad people will be included, but also all the good people as well. I won't even give them to be the opportunity to be bad. I mean, prevention is really important, but I feel like that most streamers would like a less radical approach to weed out the bad individuals. You see, maybe try to make one of those free strike methods, so they actually do something bad before you just ban everyone. Because you see, if you just ban all the viewers, it will be really boring for you later on as well, because you will have no one else to ban. So maybe you should kind of spread out the bans throughout a longer stretch of time. I don't know, like 1 ban a week. I could ban a few people to heighten the fear of punishment. Yeah. That's kind of concerning. I don't know what kind of tyranny you'd like to run as a mod, but I'm starting to see the reason why Qt might be opposed to giving you such powers. Yeah, it's more than understandable. But if you ban everyone, wouldn't that include yourself? Rude. Nah, that's just pure observation. You would be banned first. Well, you see, I am special. I would be banned last, obviously. Well, yes, because if you ban yourself first, then you can't ban the rest of the people. So that is logical, yeah. Well, now we know the first and the last person to be banned, so you just have to create a long list. Logical, yes, I cannot argue with that one, actually. But another way you can look at it is, if you ban yourself right away, then you save yourself a lot of work. And you don't forget to ban yourself at the end. You see? There are multiple ways to go about things. I'm pretty sure it's possible to make a command for that. I'm not sure if it ever happened before, but I would find it hilarious if a streamer contacted Twitch support asking for help because their mod banned themselves and they cannot unban themselves. That would be quite something. Just imagine the ticket. I accidentally banned myself. Imagine if a streamer did that. I banned myself from my own stream. Now I can't watch myself. That would be quite something. It reminds me of how on YouTube, if you want to subscribe to yourself, it tells you you don't have to subscribe to yourself. So, this is the original Myst, the PlayStation 1 version from 1996. And it is, as I said, part of the PlayStation Plus Premium subscription. However, yesterday, a remake of Myst and Riven were announced, and I won't go too much into it. If you want to look at the post itself, it's on PlayStation blog, but I can show you that these games are now listed on the PSN store, and they can be wishlisted, and they will be both released on the 19th of April. No, May. It is May, right? Yeah, it is May. Me and my time. or no sense of time. That shows that you try to subscribe to yourself. You are exposing yourself here. No, if you just hover over it, it will tell you. Don't ask me the date, I don't know. Well, I'm pretty bad with dates myself, to be honest. But the post actually said that Myst and Riven on PlayStation 5 are available to wishlist beginning today, May 5th, and will be available to purchase and play on May 19th. A Myst indeed, and some great news for those who want to experience a remake of Myst, because 2 remakes by Cyan Worlds were announced yesterday. One of them is Myst for the PlayStation 5, and it has PlayStation VR 2 support. Now, I have to say, it's a bit confusing to me how they wrote the description here, because it says that this item includes PlayStation VR 2 content, and that requires a PlayStation VR 2. However, I double checked, and the PlayStation blog post actually clarifies that the remakes will support both flat screen and PSVR 2 at launch. I actually love that we have a new term for kind of the standard way of playing games as flat screen. It was about time really, but Cyan is a really small studio. Indeed, but they are still going strongly. Yes, it's both, same as on PC. Now indeed, Myst had multiple remakes, remasters throughout the years, but for consoles, I think this is one of the first ones, if not really the first one. And it is a remake of the game from the ground up. And you can see the graphics are absolutely beautiful. I think it uses the Unreal Engine. And I mean, just look at these screenshots. Just gorgeous. Ooh, we haven't visited some of these places yet, but some of them seem rather familiar to me. Yep, this is entirely redone in Unreal Engine 5, and it will have PlayStation 5 Pro enhanced features, as well as many nice things. The last world is a rhyme. It's been added to Real Myst in 2000. Wow. Well, apparently we will not get to visit that world in the original version that I am playing. However, one tiny detail that is missing from this page here is the price, because even though both games can be wishlisted, the price is only mentioned in the announcement, and it is said that Myst and Riven on PlayStation 5 will be available to purchase and play for $34.99 US each on May 19th. So if you want to buy both of the games, you can get them for the price of a full release game these days, which is is a steep price for an old game, but given that it is a full remake, it's 2 games for the price of 1. And indeed, Riven has its own page as well, and you can wishlist the game and look at some beautiful screenshots. No, I do not know anything about this game or these landscapes. All I know is that Riven is a sequel to Myst, but in what way, I have not the slightest of clues. But I found it really interesting that just when I finally get around to return to my first playthrough of Myst, the remakes are announced. Now, I didn't know about this remake in a way and Trophy Hunters as well, because on the PlayStation Profiles website where I keep track of my trophies, I found a discussion about possible remakes because Myst and Riven were added to the PSN network as new titles. However, when they would get released, or if ever, that was a mystery. But it seems they are real and they will be available later this month. And let's hope that they will be rather fun to play with. Now, one thing that I noticed in the comments of the announcement is the fact that players seem to be rather happy about the fact that old PlayStation games are getting remakes and also PSVR 2 support, which is a good idea because, to be honest, there are not many games on the PSVR 2, especially if you don't really want to spend a lot of time just to play 1 or 2 games. Let's see, Rhyme and Riven is so good. Well, I will have to get around to play them. Welcome in, Schmoozer, and thank you for the hydrate. So wonderful. The Riven remake took them a lot of time to make and quite expensive too. Cyan wanted to make sure they have the resources to make it the best experience it can be because of the status Riven has. That is so nice to hear that the company actually cares about their older titles. It's something the larger publishers should learn. But indeed, it is really nice to see that Cyan is still working on games and trying out newer things with VR. Now they did have VR compatible games before, but I think this is their first venture with the PSVR 2 especially. Now I do not have such hardware, so I won't be able to try that part, but maybe one day I will be able to play the remakes in flat screen mode, as it is now known. I mean, Cyan still runs the Uru servers and even allows fan content on it, and the game was financial disaster, but they know fans love it and still play it. That is wonderful. And I said it before, I think when I started my playthrough of Myst, that there is a really interesting documentary with the developers of this game and how they went about creating this game and how it became such a successful game and really a landmark achievement in gaming history. But I think with that said, it's time to actually return to it and see where we left off, because honestly I mostly forgotten, and that is not good. That is really not good, because I should be able to somehow carry on from here. Oh, welcome in, Furious Potato. What's good? Well, what is good is this game called Myst. A lovely old classic point and click adventure game, which I am not necessarily too good at. Well, the entire genre of point and click is a bit confusing to me.
The moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned, it continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed. I must admit, however, such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Now, one thing that would certainly help this game, in my opinion, with a remake is subtitles. Because unfortunately, all of the cutscenes, let's call them that, are just played like this. There are no subtitles, and for some reason the volume is quite low. I have it set to maximum, but compared to the sound effects and music, the narrator's voice and the character's voice are quite low, and it's really difficult for me to really understand what they are saying. And that is one of the reasons why when I first opened the two books that became the prisons of the two brothers, I really could not understand the word that they said, and I'm kind of missing parts of the story because of that. So just tiny little changes like that would make this game much better, in my opinion. Yeah, the original never had subtitles. It is understandable because back in the day, some 30 years ago, standards were different. But nowadays, I think just making these quality of life improvements would make the old games much more accessible and enjoyable to the new players, and they would be able to experience them. Myst is from 1993 originally for the Mac OS, with its PC version following in 1995. I did know that it was originally released in 93 for the Mac. I did not know that the PC port took 2 years, but then again, it's understandable. This here is the PS1 port, which, as far as I know, is based on the Masterpiece Edition from 1999 with upgraded graphics. I'm not sure about that. You might be right. As far as I know, this version The PlayStation 1 version is from 1996, so there is little chance that it was based on the 1999 Masterpiece Edition. But as I said, there are so many remasters and remakes that I'm not necessarily sure what came after what. And another thing is that as much as this game that I'm playing right now is the PlayStation 1 version, it's slightly altered in the way that it got a rewind and manual load and save function that are added to old games in the PlayStation Plus premium subscription, which is really useful when it comes to really old games without any way really to save them. But that obviously changes how you play the game, because you can rewind just a few frames if you want. So for example, in something like Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, a game that is really difficult, you can get through the most trying and treacherous platforming sections by heavily relying on the rewind and the manual save system, which wasn't part of the original game. So as much as these additions are not directly altering the game, they change how players can go about their playthrough. And I have heard some people criticizing this idea that by allowing the players to save whenever they want, it takes much of the challenge away. But knowing how difficult some of the PlayStation 1 games were, I think for many players these options make those games playable. Because I played, for example, Twisted Metal as part of this premium subscription as the classics catalog, and I'm sure that people were able to play through all the levels without any trouble back in the day. But for me, sometimes it was nice to be able to save if I didn't want to spend another 4 hours trying to grind my way through a level without much luck. Very true, we become more sensitive to accessibility, which is good. It is, and when it comes to subtitles and translations, localizations, I think that games still don't provide as much as they could, because it's not only about being able to read the text and help people with a number of disabilities, but it's about allowing people who speak different languages to understand the game. And one of the things that I'm still so surprised by is how ginormous game studios and publishers only have support for a dozen languages when there are hundreds of them around the world. And I understand that they choose the languages with the most speakers because they want to maximize profits. But I honestly can't imagine that it would cost so much money for these hundreds of millions budget games to include more languages and have them translated to different ones just to allow players to enjoy them. It's not like they have to reprogram the entire game, especially in these days when there are multiple languages in a specific game, so the localization is already an option. You just have to add different text files, and that's all you have to do. You need one person who will translate the game from one language to another. And unfortunately, as much as we went from back in the PlayStation 1 days having English language and that's it, or in Japan I guess they had Japanese and that's it, we went from 1 to maybe 10, 12 languages. I think they could add more. Yeah, the Windows port took time because it had to be translated to a different engine. The Mac version used HyperCard, which Windows didn't have. So on Windows, they used Mohawk as its engine, which behaves in much the same way HyperCard does. That is quite amazing. Again, it's interesting that in the 90s, Mac computers were much more powerful than Windows ones. Windows slowly kind of came up and tried to catch up, but most games were, I think, programmed on Mac. And obviously, since then, both of these companies turned into giants. But I always love hearing the stories of developers from back in the day when they talk about how they had 3 computers hooked up together so they could render 1 frame of the game. It's just something I love. Oh, you're totally correct. PS1 release was in 1995. Oh, well, I was off by a year, but thank you. Nonetheless, I have to say, you know so much about this game. It's just fascinating. I really enjoy learning about old games, and as much as I try to do a bit of research, I prefer to have my first playthrough experience live. And I know if I dig too deep, I will later or sooner run into spoilers. So I kind of just look at the Wikipedia page and know the developer and who the publisher was, dates and such, but nothing about the game itself, because I will spoil my own fun. Now I have to figure out one crucial thing, and that is how do I load? Because I kind of sort of forgotten. But that's fine, we will figure it out. I know for a fact that there is a save function and there is a load function within the game. Again, this game is 30 years old. It already had save and load functions. Manual, no less. And we have our little virtual memory cards. And we can load our save and figure out where we were. I have my period. I'm in discomfort. And it's raining too. But why did you use an emoticon of a character being in prison? I'm sorry for your discomfort, but that's an odd choice for an emoticon. Seems fitting. I see. I will not argue with that. Now let's see where we were. Well, first of all, I think we just came back from one age. And we were able to recover the two pages, the blue and the red one, from that given age, but we also went back to the previous age that I visited and successfully escaped and found two pages there as well. So we are kind of done with backtracking for the time being. However, now we have to figure out where the next book is. At least I soon won't have periods anymore, cause testosterone, yay! Well, I wish you luck with all that. Hopefully it will go just as planned. Now let's see, we went to the cogwheel and explored that world. We also went to the little bunker down here. That is actually where I think we started. Oh, I didn't know that gets rid of periods. Obviously it does change your body in a major way. To be honest, I didn't know it for a fact, but it makes sense. Kind of. I'm not sure. Biology is rather a complicated thing, and it doesn't always make sense. Ah, welcome in, Elior. How are you doing? Ban Elior? No, I'm not banning anyone. Eve. Yes, how could you ban someone who says Eve? Don't worry about it, Vio. It's Zeph is in the mood for some banning. You're mad that someone got first in Zeph's chat, but that wasn't even me. Oh goodness, here we go. Now let's try to make sense of this place while all the chaos unfolds. So we went there, and this tower was where I opened the cogwheel that revealed one of the books. But you commented on it. Ooh, big mistake. And you threw a brick at my face. Quite the overreaction in my opinion. I don't think that was a reaction. Zev kind of just throws bricks at people as a form of greeting. It was an underreaction actually. Yeah, you deserved at least like 3 bricks. So here we solved the puzzle that made the tree move. Yeah, you heard that right. And that allowed us to climb inside of the tree and reach another book. That was actually the first age I got to visit. But there should be, in my opinion, at least 2 other books. And you wanted to steal the brick. Everyone wants to steal the brick. I'ma take those bricks and make a wall so you can't throw bricks anymore. That is actually not a bad idea. Hey, how's it going? Oh, welcome in, Barrymore. It's going rather well for now, because I haven't really realized how lost I am just yet. But how are you doing? My bricks are sentient and violent. Nature finds a way. How did you manage to turn that quote into a threat? Because that is impressive. Now, rather well is good. It is indeed. I am playing this wonderful old game called Myst from the PlayStation 1 era, and I am trying to figure out where to go next. Now, this is not only a point-and-click adventure game, it's an old-school point-and-click adventure game, so it does none of that silly hand-holding stuff. It just lets you get lost on your own. I am not allowed to ban people here for some reason. Yeah, for some reason. Who knows why. I'm doing well, about to get some breakfast. Well, enjoy your breakfast. I hope it will be something delicious. Now, there are a few journals here in the library. As you can see, most of them are burned, and there is actually a video or recording that talks about how most of the library was destroyed. However, there are just a few books that survived. Haha, is it because of the bricks flying about? Who knows? No, that was more of the reaction to that. Yes. The bricks are just... I think the bricks just convey the message. They themselves are not the message. Actually, recently I heard this silly quote that violence is never the answer. Violence is the question. And the answer is yes. And I do believe it sums up Zeb's philosophy quite well. Emphasis, exactly. Well, most people use calmer methods for emphasis. Raising their voice, maybe underscoring a word, but a brick works too. Anything to get the message across the window. I have a quiet voice though. Yeah. That way they won't even know that the brick is coming. Now let's see, we have, I do believe, 4 books talking about 4 ages. Ages in this game are these worlds that we can visit. Now the first one I already read. It talks about a world called Channelwood, and actually this was the first age that I visited by pure coincidence. And if I'm not mistaken, there should be a few drawings here. Let's see. Yes, there is a map of the platforms and the trees, and also these little tree houses in which the locals lived, even though by the time we got there, we couldn't find anyone. Now, after this first world, I found the book in the gear, and I didn't know which word that would be. I could only see a little preview window of how it looked, and so I started reading the second journal, and I thought I found the right one because it talked about the rocks, which is a really interesting place. It's a big open ocean with only a few rocks serving as islands, and the journal talks about a group of kids who end up there and they start to live in or on those rocks, and the person who writes this journal goes there and starts building a community. Now, it is a bit confusing how this game works, or rather its story, but as far as I could piece together the bits of information, we have a family who lives, or at least lived, on the main island that we are on right now, the Myst island, and they have some sort of magical power which allows them to travel to different worlds, which they call ages, through books. And they can not only visit these ages, but they can change these ages as well. And perhaps they can create their own worlds. I'm not necessarily sure about that last part. Thank you for the hydrate, Elior. Now, with this world, we learn about one of the brothers experimenting with the art, as they call it here, and the limitations of their powers when he creates a boat in this age. However, it goes slightly south and it breaks in half. But this really nicely shows how they can do quite amazing things. Now, as far as I could figure out thus far, the father tries to teach the two children, the two brothers, to be kind and treat the inhabitants of these worlds with respect and kindness, which works to a certain degree. Now, the brother that this journal is about takes this to heart, and instead of just creating everything, he actually goes to this age and starts to build a lighthouse with the help of the kids there by hand, and you can see the lighthouse here. And the idea is that because these kids kind of just swam to this area from the vast ocean, maybe others will also find this safe haven with the help of the lighthouse. And I think this journal actually mentions how he feels that by building the lighthouse with his own hands helped him feel closer to this world, as opposed to just magically making it pop into existence. However, I did make one slight mistake, because I did read through this journal and I saw this map, and I thought maybe this is the one that I found. I mean, it's a few small islands in the middle of the ocean, connected by bridges. Seemed about right. However, as it turns out, I actually managed to visit another age, and I even mentioned when I got there how the building that is there doesn't really look like a lighthouse. It was a really short lighthouse, you see, if it was one. And as it turned out, I actually went to somewhere else. However, once you visit an age, you cannot return until you solve the puzzles there. So today, I will look at the next journal and see if I can actually figure out where I was, or maybe learn about yet another new age. It has been a while since I have heard only silence, and I enjoy it greatly, I think. For some reason, I do not fast altogether welcome in this new world in which I have arrived. But how could I be unwelcome in an age with no inhabitants? It is, of course, only in my head. This world is very beautiful, but I think I have yet to ever write in a journal that an age I have linked to is horrid or disgusting. From the grassy hill where I am standing, I can see green fields below. Okay, so this is probably yet another new age that I haven't visited yet, and one that, unlike the others, is not inhabited by anyone or anything. I can see green fields below, along with a few scattered forests. A rather large lake looms some distance from where I am standing, yet the water's blue can be seen plainly from here. Now this is interesting because so far all of the ages I visited or read about were islands or groups of islands, and they were always surrounded by water as far as the eye can see. The air is fresh and the sky sparkled with white clouds. It is absolutely breathtaking, and yet that strange feeling again. Perhaps it is the hot breeze that continues to blow from the north. Hotter than I would have imagined. It almost singes my skin, and I feel quite uncomfortable when it comes. I will try to ignore it. Night has almost arrived and the sunset is spectacular. Oranges and reds have settled above the western horizon. Though night has come, the horizon still glows red, long past the sunset. Dark reds flow from the horizon and blend into the black sky. Again, the feeling, and I am beginning to believe it is not all in my mind. I must sleep now. I will need my strength to explore more tomorrow. And really every time I read these journals, I say the same thing, but there is something special about this game, how it mixes the wonder of reading a book about these strange worlds and the more interactive nature of video games. It's really right in between the two mediums. And that is fitting, and it makes sense given that it was released as one of the first video games in its genre. But to be able to read these worlds about the ages that this character visited, and then go there and see, even with these outdated graphics, is absolutely wonderful. And as much as there are things that make the gameplay a bit dated, it's a bit tricky to read some of these texts. There are no subtitles, and the puzzles can be a bit confusing here and there, at least for me. I am looking forward to seeing the new generation of players get their hands on the remake. Because imagine someone much younger picking up this game, not even knowing its history, and playing it for the first time more than 30 years after its release, and experiencing all this. And even in virtual reality, which is such a huge technological leap. It's unbelievable to me how back in '93 the developers didn't even really have the means to write the CDs in a proper way. And CDs were new. It was such a new piece of technology that unlocked so much more compared to floppy disks. And now you have a game releasing digitally on the PlayStation Store, and you download it from the internet and you play it in VR. It's unbelievable. I have had to return home due to an unpredictable natural occurrence more frightening than I have ever experienced. Ooh, what happened? I was awakened by terrible shakings in the ground and explosions on all sides of me. Gigantic balls of fire were falling from the sky, and I immediately left in fear of my life. I must remember to bring a Myst linking book with me when I return, in case the one left there has been destroyed or damaged. Is that foreshadowing that I will get stranded there? However, what I find really interesting about these entries is the fact that even though the father character here, who I think wrote these journals, he obviously has great powers. He can change things in these worlds. He can link to them, as he said, but he doesn't know them. So even if he created them, they are kind of mysteries to even himself. And every time he visits one, he has to explore them and learn about them. And I find that really interesting. I have returned to a different world than the one I left only 3 months ago. So I'm assuming it's the same age, but it looks different now. It has been transformed into a barren desert land with only gigantic craters scattered across the land to provide variety. Oh, there goes the grassy fields and the forests. Strangely enough, the small grassy hill where I spent my first night remains exactly the way I found it. Never mind, I didn't say a word. Apparently, the falling meteors did not hit this area, leaving an oasis in the midst of this horrible desolation. The hot wind, I remember, has turned into a rather pleasant breeze, which is at least one improvement. I fear it is the only improvement. The magnificent lake I saw on my first visit is now completely dried up. However, another lake now exists and appears to be quite a bit larger. I assume one of the falling meteors created this lake due to its circular shape and the jutting rock that grows out of the center of the lake. Oh, I like that. The rest of this world seems like desert, although I will verify that statement with closer inspection. Though this world has little visual excitement to offer, it offers much to the ears. Sounds constantly flow through my ears, and I have found where a few of them originate. That's interesting because I think originally he said that this age was silent. It seems, as Catherine says, I do find beauty in everything. Last night I was awakened by a horrible hissing. I was sweating and the heat was so intense that I immediately dipped my head in a nearby stream to cool it down. The hot breezes had returned along with a low roar from the ground. Will things repeat? I walked a short distance to observe some red flames shooting up from the earth. Suddenly, the ground began to crack and a huge chasm opened. The chasm continued to grow until it was far too wide to cross. Then the tumult subsided, leaving only a dull roar. I have decided, however, I can use the chasm to my advantage. Perhaps the heat from the chasm can be harnessed. It's rather interesting how in this game, in the many different ages, the natural resources are used to the benefit of civilization, but always in different ways, such as the windmills and I think there was also a kind of water pump running in the first age. Zeph? That's my nose. You have found it. Congratulations. Now, do you plan to do anything else, or this was the whole plan? You know, No, you cannot ban everyone. Not even if you boop my nose. My nose is not a ban everyone button. I think that is pretty obvious. It's unbelievable. Just coming here and booping my nose and demanding everyone to be banned. Okay, I guess you had enough of that. Now stop it. Thank you. Just calm down. Leave my nose alone. It wasn't a demand, it was a command. Wow. You sure now. Oh goodness, you sure know how to sweeten your words. Ooh, what's that? Even as the chasm has ripped into the surface of this world, it has opened up a whole new world to explore. Although uncomfortably hot, I found it possible to reach a cave in the chasm that had been created, and have now explored deep into the crust of this planet. I have found a vast underground cave system that will take many years to map and explore. I'm not sure what this is. It looks like hot air or steam rising from the ground and some kind of a pipe with a turbine, perhaps? I will also look for a safer way to reach the underground than through the chasm wall. This age seems to change on its own, so I feel I should leave again and see if things are different when I return. It is also important that I check on Cirrus and Ashenar and make sure everything is going along well. Those are the two brothers. When I return, I also hope to bring back some tools I will need for my plans to explore the underground. The abundance of raw materials here is beginning to amaze me. I have returned with some of the complex tools I knew I would be needing. I assumed I would have to return for more basic materials, however, it seems as though I will be able to find everything I need here. Of course, iron is abundant, but I have also found titanium occurring naturally. I am all the more excited to begin work. Everything is set and I look forward to tomorrow. My raw materials are all here. I think I will be able to have most of my additions to this age completed within 1 year. That is interesting. What is he planning to build? I so love working with my hands, whether writing or building. I began today on the bridge and although... Okay. Why are the words fading? The magnetic rod will work well and I have decided... Okay, so we have a magnetic rod. 3 meters is not enough to support from the beams, although... So this is some kind of a satellite dish? Amazingly strong. That looks a lot like the spaceship. Has to be one of my most prized inventions. I am extremely... Okay. Could never have imagined it to come together. I doubt. Could possibly work with 14 instead of 8. Completely fatigued, I am so happy to have completed. Tomorrow, I am leaving today in order to bring back Cirrus and Ashenar. I have left them alone in Channelwood. That was the first world with the tree houses. So this is probably still in their youths, because I think that was the first age where they were left alone unsupervised. I believe they will enjoy all there is to see here. The age seems to have stabilized. I believe the meteors set off a period of volcanic activity by piercing into the shallow crust, but the tremors have become few. I have just noticed that a large amount of this journal has curiously vanished from the very pages on which I wrote. Over the last 18 months. Fortunately, I have copied many of my construction notes in another journal. I do not understand the many mysteries of this world, but I trust I will discover logical answers to my questions. Really nice that he himself notices and remarks about the same oddities that we find. I have a feeling that many of my questions can be answered in another age, to which I hope to travel soon. But for now, I must simply accept this world's mysteries and take pride in my accomplishments. And that is important. That is important right there. 5, 1, 4, 2, and 3. And I guess this is the map of this age. This is fascinating. No. Since this is an old game, it is time to look for my notes, because we will need them. So, we had a music puzzle in the rocket ship, and this journal actually had a drawing of the rocket ship. Now I have to admit I cannot read whatever is written there, but let's hope that is not important. What is important is this. So let's see. We have numbers here. So let's call this the piano puzzle, because that is where we will have to use these notes. And let's try to make sense of this. So we have 5, 1, 4, 2, and 3. 5, 1, 4, 2, and 3. Now let's see. No, 1, I do believe, is actually a C note. And 5 is a B. Is that an A sharp? I think it is. I'm not necessarily sure, but I think that is an A sharp or a B flat. I think. No, 4, that is a C, D, E, that's an F. Then 2 is a C again, but 1 higher. And 3 is a D sharp, if I'm not mistaken. Now let's try to use this bit of knowledge and see if we can get the spaceship to work or reveal a new book. However, it seems to me that to reach the different ages, we not only have to rotate the tower that can be seen on the mountain in the background. Let me show you, if I can, that is. Apparently not from here. Come on. Turn around. Yeah. So on this mountain, there is a tower right there. And we could rotate the top of it to align it with certain buildings on the island. And we found different bits of information and clues to follow that helped me to uncover some of the books. However, it seems that reading the journals are just as important, and I was somewhat silly to only read one at a time, but I didn't want an entire stream just to be about reading journals. Now I already unlocked this rocket with the electric puzzle, and here we have our piano, and here we indeed have five notes. However, no, I am concerned, because it seems instead of just hitting the note, let's see, the first one is C, so that should be this. Instead of just hitting the right notes in the right order, I think I will have to set those sliders to the right note. And that means relying on hearing the notes, which I'm not good at. So let's see, the first one should be this. The second one should be this. The third one should be this. The fourth one should be, I think, this. And the fifth one should be this. Not this, this. How will I get this right? Because the puzzle itself is not confusing. Just getting the right notes is. But let's try. This is what we have to get. Alright. It's not difficult or anything, right? I think I got it right. I'm not sure. Now, here's one thing that might help. If the slider has as many positions as there are keys here, we could just count them. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 notes in total. I wanted to check if they can all be used. And in theory, since higher notes are higher up and lower notes are on the bottom, this should be the 8th position. So let's see. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seems to be the case. Again, with the controller, even if you use the analog stick and not the D-pad, it's tricky. But let's see, the second one should be this C. So we go from the 8 to 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so this should be 20, and I think this is the highest we will go. Well, let's see. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these should be on the same level. They are not. Oh, this will be tricky. I think now they are on the same. Yeah? So I have to get this up 12, but I think I will rely more on my hearing than actually counting this. I don't think that's right. Even though I went all the way from here to here, I mean, I could go one entire 12 notes up, but I think I should be higher on this slider, to be honest. I'm still only halfway. To hear that this is the same note or not. And not only that, but getting the controller to get the cursor right over that tiny little thing. It's tricky. And the problem is, if I pull this, it just plays it. So... that doesn't help. That's not the same. Maybe? I don't think so, honestly, but... with these controls and the really limited resolution... that's free. Should be somewhere there. And what makes it extremely difficult, and these are the kind of quality of life improvements that you can include in remakes, is the fact that every time I want to check, I need to exit out of this, turn around, go back, press a button, turn around, go back, interact with the panel, and start setting them again. So it's not at all easy. Okay, let's try to make some sense of this. The increments are so tiny. You see, they seem like they are in the same position, but this one is not. I think now, maybe. Okay, no, I think they are all on C. I think. Now the fifth one, I will try to work with smaller changes first, because 12 notes is too much. The fifth one should be A sharp. So we go from C to B, A sharp. That's only 2 notes lower. This. Okay, let's listen to an A sharp and hope that we got it right. It also doesn't have that you have to get these keys just right. If you are a tiny bit off with the cursor, you will get the wrong one. Is it the right one? Let's say it is. Honestly, I have not the slightest of clues. The third one should only be up by 2 notes. Like this. Okay. So the fourth one is an F. Now that's tricky because... Wait, no, I got this wrong, did I? We start with a C. You see, again, I'm on the C note key, but that's part of the B one. If I go on B, that's part of an A. So you always have to be kind of on the right side of the key, and I'm guessing here I will have to be more on the left side. No, apparently no. Okay. It's a bit finicky to get the right key pressed, because you can actually see the highlight of where that key is. At least its kind of hitbox is. So even here, I am hitting the note to the left. But this is the C, we need a D sharp, so that's not only 1, 2, but 3 up. Here. So this third one should be up another one, I think. Oh, grab it, you. Okay, let's say that's good. So the fourth one has to be an F. If I could interact with both the piano and the sliders at the same time, I could just really simply go back and forth and listen to the note being the same. This way that I have to go back and forth, my ears are not accurate enough so I can notice something being half a note off. So here we have C, and then we have to go up to F, which is this one, I hope. So we have to go up 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, 5 up. This would be even difficult with a guide. Okay, 5, that's the 4th. So this one, I think this was 5. It also doesn't help that sometimes when I press the up on the D-pad, it jumps 2 notes instead of 1. And this one has to go up 12 because this is a C. This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think this is it. Apparently no. and that's the tricky part, because there are so many points where this can go wrong. First of all, I'm not sure if one position change of the slider actually jumps to the next note or not. The other thing is, I'm not even sure if I got the bass C note right, or I messed it all up, and maybe the notes are correct in relation to each other, but not overall. So let's hear. This should be the lowest note, and this should be the note let's try the entire sequence. If I can. Okay, let's see. These two. This is not high enough. It's not at all high enough. Perhaps, but if the slider positions do not correspond to the notes, then I can't count them. I'm not a musician, I'm a monster. I'm not a musician monster. No, that is too high. Let's hear it. I think this is it. Let's see. Oh, let's hear, I guess. I think the second one is right. Yeah. This is an old school game. You not only have to solve the puzzles, you'll also have to know how to sing, I guess. No, that's not right. Maybe this one. I'm not sure. This will soon turn into an ASMR stream. Yeah, I think that's about correct. Okay, so we got 2 right. Let's see the third one, I guess. Third one is the D sharp, which should be this. Not that. How did I get that? I'm not even close to it. The one good thing, we actually know that this note should be in between the 2 sliders we already set. Let's see. I mean, let's compare. Is it higher? Is it lower? We'll be here for another hour. I'm running out of air. Come on, loader. I mean, quicker. That's not the right one. Maybe. Let's call it a maybe. Yeah, I think that might be it. Okay, fourth is an F. F is let me see, C, D, E, F. That's a bit higher than the previous. But still not as high as the other C. Maybe? Okay, so this one... Oh, come on. Load, you bastard. I think I might be a bit too high here. Yeah. Maybe this is the right one. Again, the sliders are so bloody close. Even though I might be off with this one, because it's quite a big jump from this C. Well, let's see. Fifth one is an A sharp, which should be lower, as we know, than the C that is the first note. So that should be this one. I'm running out of bread. Let's call it No? Let's not call it? Okay. Load quicker. I think that's right. So which one is off? Let's not try 5 notes. That will not work. This one is a D sharp. Where the fuck is D sharp? Yeah, that D sharp is off. Maybe that? Oh, come on. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. That sounds better. Okay. This is a lovely puzzle. Just one idiot going back and forth between a piano and the slider board while humming. Oh no. I can't go that high. Stop spinning, you moron. That sounds about right, actually. To me, at least. Which doesn't mean much. Okay. That's off. The third and the fourth are off. Maybe just the fourth, hopefully. I think that's right. What about this? That should be a D sharp. Okay, so it's no, not that one. So it's a C, C, D sharp, F. That is way off, I know. This one is off. No, that seems to be correct. But the only thing I can do again is try again, look through them all. I think that's okay. I think that's also okay. So that's C, C. Okay. Wait. The D sharp is a higher one. That's the mistake I made. Well, one of them. So that D sharp is not this one. It's this one. Let's go. Let's fix it. No, I think this should be higher. I mean, this is higher than the C, obviously. Ah, come on, grab it. That's not it. Well, I figured that I'm not quite getting the puzzle solved just yet. We're getting there. Hopefully in this stream. Not this one, this one. No. Maybe this. It's too high. We'll get it. I think that's that sounds somewhat like what I was trying to do. So let's see. This is probably not right. Oh wait, this is the fort. Oh. Oh. Silly me. I said the wrong one, didn't I? Okay, so the... I get it. I get it. Don't worry. So the third note is the D sharp. So this one should be up here. Okay. The fourth one is the F. That I already said. And the A sharp is the one that goes real low here. Okay, now I have to reset the A sharp, but don't worry about it. No, that's not it. Oh my goodness, I did it! I'm a musical genius. Well, as far from it as you can be, but look, I can't sing at all. For me, this is a triumphant moment. And I guess we have a digital book. Quite modern. Let's go. A pleasant melody. It only took like an hour to put together 5 fucking notes. Yeah, you did it. Yay. We're on the beach. I think. Don't you dare leave me here. I will scrap you if you try. Alright, where the heck are we? Sandy beach. Desolate landscape. A building. Yeah, a building that I just walked past. Okay. Can I open the door? Would be too simple, right? What's this? Oh, no, don't you dare. If I have to put together one more fucking melody. Okay, so now we have to make some modern music. Okay, I guess we're making dubstep today. Well, still easier as a puzzle than the notes were. But we have to figure out what we need to do here. Goodness, this place. Staircases, hills. and a rather unwelcoming terrain. But where are we? Oh, some kind of a spring here? What is this? Water. Let's press the button. As we learned in this game, press everything. Nothing happened. I mean, the thingy was glowing, but that's about it. Okay, so this is a well. What is this? No idea. Alright. I'm starting to get an idea here. So here we have a satellite, similar to the one we saw in the journal. So maybe we have to follow that cable, I'd guess. Except we can't really do that. It's rather limited to where we can go. But I certainly hear noises around, and I think that will be our key into that building. The question is, what journey do we have to take here? What is that? Okay, that's fire, I guess. Oh, clock. I have not the slightest of clues what these will do. But I feel like this clock has been in a much better condition before. Again, one of these satellites and this tiny whatever it is. Why is it good that I can look up? It's concerning. Well, one thing for sure. It's really easy to get lost here. I guess these are the obelisks that we see piercing the sea. And this will be one of the red pages. However, I cannot bring that back just yet because I have no way back. So drop the page. Okay. So we already found a number of these buttons, whatever they do. And I said this earlier, in certain worlds it is more apparent than in others, but having a free camera view here would be so much better. I understand that the technical limitations only made this possible back in the 90s, and even this was extremely impressive. But it's really disorientating where I am when I turn around and the camera kind of just cuts. And I am in theory in the same location, just turned around, but I don't know what's on the sides, and I really don't know where I really am. For example, there you see that staircase. Where does that lead? Is this that staircase? Well, if yes, then what's behind me? What? I can't really see it because I only get these few specific perspectives. Okay, so here we have a... what is this? Can I climb down? Okay, I can climb down. It's dark. That makes sense, actually. Finally, something to explore. So, for example, here, that lever is on the left. Now, if I turn, that lever is on the right. Okay, that makes sense. So I turned. So I'm assuming this is the same lever. But I have to turn around to just kind of make sure that indeed that is the same item in the environment. And hey, it was a light switch. And this looks really nice. Again, this with ray tracing will look brilliant. And what? I went forwards and I ended up in the same location. That is not how I imagined this. Okay, so this is where I came from. Noted. This is a tunnel. I go forwards in the tunnel. And I end up here. Which ladder did I descend on? I think the other one. So this is a new one. Yes. If I look out, it looks different. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's so easy to get completely lost here. Okay, where the heck are we? Get out! Come on! There you go. Okay, and now you are where? What is that? So tiny. So those red bowls, or those metal bowls that I've seen with the red lights, those were cameras, I think, and there are 5 of them. Okay, well, I guess I have to turn on those buttons, whatever they do. I mostly don't like turning everything on right away. That way I get to explore everything, and then when I turn them on or press the buttons, I actually see what changed. But this is strange because I could switch to all the cameras, even though maybe some of them didn't work. Well, let's go around. Let's turn them all on. It seems to be some sort of a network. Okay, turn this one on. Alright. What did the father even build here? And what kind of world is this to begin with? Okay, so we have to go... I have no clue where. Yeah, this is the clock. Okay, this is the right way, I think. I'm really not sure, to be perfectly honest, but I think. Okay, this is the clock. And one thing for sure, having an inventory would benefit the game greatly. Especially if we could pick up the journals, so we could use the map that is drawn in them of the ages we visit, or even just be able to bring up the information we already gathered when we try to solve a puzzle. For example, with the piano puzzle that I just solved, if I could keep the journal, I could really easily check the notes instead of having to write them down, which is not a problem because writing down a few notes is not really difficult, but when it comes to an entire map, it's a bit more challenging. Does anyone know where I'm looking? Because I sure don't. Okay, so this is where I came from. There is no button here, but we have 5 sliders. I think the 5 sliders somehow are connected to the 5 buttons, maybe the 5 cameras as well. And here we have the water, the well. Now this one I turned this one off actually, and I was still able to use that camera. So whatever we are switching on and off here is not the cameras. It's something else. The question is what? So let's go and let's try to figure it out. I'm going the right way, am I not? Absolutely. Okay, so this way is the clock. And then we go here. Interesting, there seems to be a deck here. Or there was one. Is this one turned on? Yeah, this one is turned on. Okay. Well, time to climb. And now we have all of the buttons activated. I'm assuming when the symbols light up, that means something is activated. Much like how we had to activate the markers on Myst Island for the map. Okay, let's take a look. What do we have here? So we have the water, the fire, the clock, the crystal, and the fountain. Now I can turn this one. I'm pretty sure it will go up to 360, so it counts degrees of rotation. Okay, that makes sense. And this one should be the one right next to the water. But I don't think this is the one right next to the water. Because right next to the water we had trees. There are no trees here. This is not the water one. So let's turn this back to 0. If you keep holding it, it turns quicker, which makes this a bit tricky. Okay, close enough. So I am getting the same image no matter which button I choose. Now it's obviously not the water drops because we have the forest there. It's not the crystal because there are no crystals. I also don't think it's the clock because then we would see, well, the clock. I don't see that. So we have to figure out which camera this is. I think that's part of the puzzle. And I have to be honest, I have no clue. We have a vase in the background there, and a satellite dish, and a tall building with a staircase leading up. And that... what is that? We have a little cabinet and a dome. This might be the one with the water, but I'm honestly unsure. As much as each area is different, it's really not obvious to me where that camera really is, because most of the landscape is just rocky desert and water, so I have to figure this out. So let's see. This camera is right above the hole. So you would see this tower, this staircase, and a bunch of ocean. And here we actually have a vase that I saw from the position where I was. But there's a vase there as well. That is the island where I came up, and those are the satellite dishes, I guess. I have to realign them? Is that what the game is trying to get me to do? Well, without a map that will be slightly difficult. What I could see. I could see... Yeah, I could see this from where I was. I saw that little button there, and I saw the clock. So I could see this from the camera. Is there a camera there and that's the one I was using? I originally thought that I will be able to look through these cameras or whatever they are, and that's the puzzle, but apparently no. However, again here the problem is that I have absolutely no information about what I might need to do. I have this world and I'll figure it out. So I could do a number of things. Maybe I have to realign this tower with the cameras. Maybe I have to look through those cameras and identify which one is which. Maybe I shouldn't even be bothering with this part, but opening the door with the sounds. I don't know what I have to do first, or at all. So my guess is that I am actually looking through a camera on this island. And that's why when I look around I can see all of these places, but it kind of zooms in so you don't see the ocean. Now if that is true, then I have to figure out which button or which location is there. Now this is the clock. And I guess if I go close enough, the static becomes a unique sound. And the left button is flashing, so I guess I have to turn more to the left. Even more, okay. So this is it. No, it's still flashing. Do I have to get the button? Is that the... Is that the goal here? To pinpoint the button? No, no, it wants me to go right. Okay. No, it wants me to go left. But here's a tiny problem. I cannot get this any closer. Okay. So I guess we did it. So let's see. How do I call this puzzle? I don't know. I will call it locator puzzle. Because we are locating things. I know, so creative. Okay, so we have the clock. And I guess these numbers will be important. 55.6 degrees. I already have an idea what this will be, but let's see what else we can do. Now this was easy because we could actually see this one. This one might be easy because it should be up there, the fire one. Okay, it wants me to go to the right. Oh, too much to the right. Okay, so even more to the right. No, it wants me to go to the left and to the right. Left. I'll make up your mind. Okay, so the fire one is the second. I know this one because this is the long staircase that leads up there. So this is 100.3. Okay, now here comes the tricky part. Because the other three we cannot clearly see, or I don't think so we can see them. Maybe we can see the fountain, but I'm really not sure. I think the fountain is behind this. Right next to that pillar we see there, or tower, is the ladder where we descended. Oh, we got it right. Oh, lovely. So this is the fountain. That's 212.2. Okay. What else do we have? I think those are the crystals right there. And this is the path leading to them, but which way it turns, I have absolutely no idea. So I will have to rely more on the sound here. Should I go right, left? Right, okay. 15! Lovely! .0, so we only need the water now. Even though this might be the water based on the sound of it, but we'll see. So if we follow the route that I took from where I am now, then this is the fountain with the ladder. Then these are the crystals with the pathway leading there. The clock. The fire with the staircase. But where the heck is the water? The water is kind of beyond the fire. Or before it. Actually, that's where we start. So it might be somewhere here in the distance, but we can't even see it here. Come on. You can get it. So close. Yeah. 153.4. Okay, so we have all of them. And my guess is that we have to look at those numbers, put them in order, which means that the first one is the crystal with 15. That has like a wave pipe sound. Then we have the clock with 55.6. That has the sound of the clock ticking and such. Then I think we have the fire with some burning sound effect, 130.3. Then we have the water with the sound of a spring. And then we have this fountain with the sound of wind. And if I'm not mistaken, we will have to get these same sound effects in this order to play on the entrance panel if we want to get through that door, which is a rather interesting puzzle, I have to admit. In a way, this game makes use of really interesting ideas for the puzzles because it doesn't only play within the confines of the game, because it asks you to write things down and to be able to mimic the sounds without just copying them over in the game and pressing buttons. And obviously that introduces a level of difficulty and challenge, but it also makes the puzzles have quite a lot of variety compared to games where you can only work with what you have within the game. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not going the right way. I want to turn around. Why can't I turn around? I don't want to come here. I want to go there. Oh. Oh, this is interesting. So even though the clock is to my right, I think. Let me show if I can find a decent spot. So there's somewhere the camera that we were looking through. This way is the clock. And here's the fire staircase. And I have to go here and take a right turn to get to the water. So you might think that the water is between the clock on the left and the fire on the right. However, because you have to go across the forest, which is behind this staircase structure from the perspective of the camera and the central tiny island that we were on right there, we actually go around this structure just behind it, and that is why the water part is somewhere here beyond the forest on a tiny hill. So that's something that could cause some confusion, an interesting little misdirection with the puzzle. Why it didn't get me is because I kind of just simplified the locations. I didn't think of them in a 3D space because I knew I would get lost. Rather, I just thought about the order in which I was able to reach them, and lucky for me, that was the right that was the right order, because in a way they kind of loop around in a circular shape around the central island, it seems. Let's see, first one are the crystals. Okay, let's see one by one. I think that will be the fountain. No, there is no such sound. No train. No one is getting electrocuted as far as I know. Pipes and water. That will be the crystals. Okay, second one. Clock. We did not hear any clocks. No, that's fire. That's the clock. Okay. Third one is the fire. That was right here. Lovely. Fourth one, the water. Flowing water. No, that sounds more like the meat processing plant from Oddworld. Yeah, that's the fountain. And the last one is... No, that's the water. The water spring, my bad. Yeah, and the fountain will be... here. Come on. These are the sound prints of the locations. Walk through and around the island. No? Did I get something wrong? Let's see. These are the crystals with the sea and the pipes. The clock. The fire. the water spring. And the fountain. I think I got them right, but apparently I didn't. Oh, welcome in, Vivian. How are you doing today? How's it going? Rather well? Question mark? I'm not sure myself. I might be slightly lost, which is not bad considering that I am playing a point and click game, and most of the time I am entirely or utterly lost. This time I feel like I have a slight grasp on what I should be doing, even though things might be slipping out of my hand. But we'll see, hopefully. Oh wait, this sound is different. This is like wind. I think I got the last sound wrong. But how are you today and what are you up to? Please, if you have a moment, do tell. I'd love to get my mind off of how confused I am right now. I already solved one musical puzzle here, and I'm once again faced with a audio puzzle. No, this is not the right one. No train. I don't know what that is, but it sounds dirty. Oh, I know, that is a VHS cassette. No, that's you getting electrocuted by a VCR. No. 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 There is no wind sound. Doing well. I've been bringing down my time on a maple treeway. I've already got the VR for a niche combination there. Congratulations! But it's still kind of clumsy, so I want to shave some more time off. Oh, I see, you want to make it more difficult for the competition. Now we are looking for some wind sounds. This doesn't sound like wind to me. Exactly, yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be the best. It's another to remain the best. That's what my times are, after all, a challenge for others. Oh. This is mighty odd. I remember you Little Monsters night speedrun. How far did you go with those? I'm assuming you're talking about Little Nightmares, because I did do a bit of speedrunning with that, but I did not go too far, because for me the challenge was to get the trophies, and one of the trophies asked for a playthrough under 1 hour, So when I got the trophy with pretty much exactly 1 hour, I stopped. But I think the speedrun record is 30 or 40 minutes, something like that. It's rather crazy. But I did the same thing with Resident Evil 2 and 3 when it asked for an S rank, which gives you a time limit. I think for Resident Evil 3 it was 2 hours, which is not a lot if you consider that it's a full AAA game, even though it is on the shorter side. But once I got that, I did not try to shave off more time, because for me personally, the most fun that I can have in speedrunning is coming up with ideas and strategies, and not necessarily perfecting executing them. I'm more of the weird person on the forums who gives out really strange ideas, but not the one who can get each one down in one perfect speedrun. Because it takes a lot of time to really get good at one specific game, and I have so many games that I want to play. So for me, speedrunning is kind of a special thing that I do for trophies, but even then I don't necessarily go crazy. One of the best experiences I think I had with speedrunning a game was probably with Limbo, because that one also had a trophy. I'm not sure if it had a time limit. It was more about a limitation of how many times you can die. I think it was 5 deaths or fewer. And that was a challenge that I'm kind of proud that I pulled off. It's one of the rarest trophies I think that I have. And it was fun because it was more about not messing up anything during a run. Though in a way it is a speedrun because I had to learn the game, I had to practice the different parts, and since I couldn't make a mistake because I would get murdered, and that's not good, it kind of worked as a speedrun. It was like a beginner's speedrun. I guess those who speedrun Limbo and have the world record or the top spots, they get through the game without dying even once. But for me, getting through the game with exactly 5 deaths was a close one. I hear that you'd love Mario Kart V and its speedrunning community. It's chock full of weird ideas, and those who explore courses looking for more of them. Yes, that's more of my preferred speedrun, just coming up with stupid ideas, even though most of the time when a game releases, there is the initial kind of normal playthrough of just what an average time would be, and then players try out different things like, oh, I can jump through here, I can save a bit of time, I can skip an area here and there, and that's what I do most of the time. And then when kind of the normal speedrun record is achieved, that's the next level where players try to glitch through things and do crazy bugs to sometimes skip half of the game. And as much as I understand the appeal of breaking the game in a way that is advantageous to the speedrun, and being able to pull all of those really specific glitches off in one speedrun is a challenge, and it's obviously difficult. I don't really like those runs. I personally have little interest in doing that. I actually looked at the speedrun of Doom 2016 because I wanted to see what it's like, and most of the speedrun wasn't about fighting the demons or killing zombies or just being quick and accurate. It was just using a specific glitch that required you to stand right next to a closed door and perform a glory kill on an enemy, because when you activate a glory kill, which is just an animation in which you kill the enemy in glorious ways, the animation kind of repositions your character, and if you do it just in the right spot, then it pushes you through the closed door, and so you can skip whatever you have to do in a given area. But that was pretty much the basis of the entire run, and it's really difficult to do that exact glitch in every spot correctly. But for me, it kind of removed the game from the game. It was just go to the next closed door, glitch through it, go to the next closed door, glitch through it, repeat until you get to the end. And it's really kind of the extreme of speedrunning, of how can we skip as much as we can, understandably. But for me, I prefer playing the game. That's why I will replay a game and look for all the collectibles most of the time and not speedrun it. Because the problem is, of course, if you already know everything about the game and you've seen it all, then it's interesting to do the speedrun and be like, oh, I can skip all this area, I already know it, it's not a big deal. But you really have to like that game to spend as much time in it. And I don't know if I have any game where I would go spend hundreds of hours to refine a speedrun, because I always have this kind of guilt of I could be playing like 10 other games right now. Nice, congrats, thank you. I actually have the video of that. I don't know if I ever uploaded it, I should. Yeah, that doesn't sound as interesting as MKW Ultra shortcuts. There are many interesting shortcuts, and to me, watching speedrunners stream and explain the speedrun is really interesting. Just watching it, not necessarily because I don't understand what they are doing, but I used to watch a streamer back in the day, and I really liked how they explained. I think they were playing Paper Mario? It was one of the Mario games. I think it was Paper Mario. And they always explained as they went what the trick is, how to pull it off. And that was interesting because I understood what the game asks you to do normally and how you kind of break that and skip certain areas. But that really depends on the game, because in many games you can't necessarily break the game too much. You can be really good at it, you can run all the time and hit everything first try and just kind of minimalize your time. In other games there are extreme bugs and strategies. I think, I'm not sure, but I think it was Amnesia. But it certainly was one of Frictional Games' newer titles. Well, newer. Amnesia is quite old, but it was one of their titles. And I remember that the trick was to hide in a corner and put a barrel next to you and somehow push yourself out of the map and jump on top of the corridors and tunnels of the map and just run around. And the fun part was to get back into the game at the end of a corridor with a door. You just kind of jumped down and interacted with the door from the other side of it, from outside the map. And that triggered the same loading and put you back into the game, and you could continue from the next area. So that's another interesting one because it exploited the physics system of the game, but it pretty much removed the game. In every area you just break out of the map, you run around, go back, and you move on. So on paper it's really interesting. For me to pull it off, I think it would be slightly boring to do and watch. Sounds about right. Amnesia speedruns are something else. I think I only watched the Dark Descent speedrun, but I guess because all of those titles belong to the same company, same engine, they would work pretty much similarly. Oh, Jaggy, welcome in. I've got to go, but I wish you the best with Myst, and I wish you the best with your speedruns. And thank you for joining. And now let's try to figure out what I'm missing here. So the first is the crystal, I think. The second one is the clock. The third one is the fire. The fourth one is the water. When will you play Silent Hill? I will play Silent Hill on this Friday. I play the remake of Silent Hill 2 every Friday until I finish it. And given that I think I am at 48% overall, it will take many more Fridays. But I will return to that game in 2 days. we are looking for a sound of wind, but this is the sound of wind. So if this is the right order, which it obviously isn't since it didn't open the door, then this would be the combination. So what did I mess up? Well, we are going from left to right. We have the right sound effects, but maybe in the wrong order. What I did, I put them in order of their number. The degrees from the central tower's camera. So the rotation of the camera to face these specific points. But maybe I should just put them in order of their buttons on the machine. Let's see. In that case, the water is the first. Okay. The second one is the fire. The third one is the clock. The fourth one is the crystal. And the fifth one is the fountain. So this is the water, the fire, the clock, the crystal, and the fountain. Apparently not. I am missing something, and I don't know what I'm missing. The wind sound is off, but I don't know why. So let's go back and let's check. I mean, at least I solved part of the puzzle. Maybe we have to look at things from a different perspective. We'll see. So this is the central tower. And here we have this panel that allows us to look for the different locations. So let's see. First one is the water. 153.4, and it has the sound of running water. The second one is the fire. 130.3, and it has the sound of burning fire. The third one is the clock, 55.6, with the ticking sound of a clock. The fourth is the crystal at 15.0. It has the sound of waves and pipes. And the last one is the fountain with 212.2. With the sound of wind. Now the question is, what did I get wrong? originally I looked at their number here, and so my order was the crystal, the clock, the fire, the water, and the fountain. So the numbers in increasing order. Then I tried in the order of the buttons. So water, fire, clock, crystal, fountain. And nothing happened. Now the question is, what does this do? Oh, it plays them in an order. Oh. I honestly thought this just sets the number back to 0, because before I finished the puzzle, when I pressed it, it jumped to 0, but I guess it jumped to 0 because all of the numbers were 0 except for the waters, which I was messing around with. So let's see what the order that it shows us. So this is the crystals. This is the water. This is the fountain. This is the fire. And this is the clock. And then it goes back to the water where I was, or which I had selected. Alright, so apparently the numbers were kind of there to distract me from the real hint. Well, alright. Again, the game showed us before, press every button. Do not be afraid to press every button, even if it means that you might break a few breakers, like we did, or get electrocuted. Which didn't happen, but it could have happened. Now, let's go back to the beginning of the map. Again. Not there. There. Okay, so we have to go back to the beginning. That means here, and then to the right, there's the clock, and then to the right, and then to the right, and then to the left. And there we go. And now, hopefully, we know what we have to do. So the first one is the crystal, which it is actually even based on its number. The second one, however, is the water. That's the fire. That's the clock. Which one is the water? That's the water. The third one is the fountain, which I think is this one. If you want to move the sliders too quickly, the game kind of lags because it tries to load all of the sound effects and it's not really able to do that, but that makes sense. The fourth one is the fire. Yeah. And the fifth one is the clock. Come on. start with the sea, then the water, then the wind, then the fire, and the wheels, and with the clock. Oh yes! And we are finally in! Where? I have no clue. Why we wanted to get in? Well, because we were outside. That makes perfect sense. Goodness, what is this place? What is this? Another spaceship? Okay. Will you open? No. What if I press the big blue button? Ha ha! Take that, door! Okay, now... Can I turn around? Don't tell me there's another piano, because I will lose my shit. I guess this is just the exit door. Indeed it is. Okay. Well... let's sit down. Backtrack, left, right, forward. What's the big... not so big red button? Okay, forward. Operation Mole is a go. So I'm on some sort of a track now, an underground track. Can I leave? No. No, so this is some sci-fi way of transportation, I see. And this tells me N, so I'm assuming north. Northeast. East. Southeast. South. It's rather strange that in theory our direction is changing, which would imply that we are turning, but we are not. We just kind of get placed on another track. Okay, so I think we have to go to north, given that all of the other tracks seem to be blocked. But let's see, can I go forward? No, I can't. Okay, so the only way I can go is, well, north. I guess the rest was never built. Okay. This is blocked. This is blocked. That's wonderful. Please have all of them blocked except for one. Okay, south is empty. West is empty. Now here's the thing. Call me crazy, but we came here by moving towards north. So if now I move towards south, that would mean the same as going backwards. So if I'm looking towards south and pressing forward, that gets me to the same place as if I am looking towards north and pressing backtrack. So my original position. So my guess is that I have to choose west. Okay. No, north is clear. And I guess east will be clear as well because I moved towards west, so east is now going back. Yeah, I think that's logical, right? So I move towards west, so south is out of the question, which means I have to move towards north, because that's the only other clear way. Okay, so far at least we don't have a million branching ways, which I appreciate. I had to say that. Okay, north is now clear. East is also clear. South will be clear because that's the way back. At least west is not clear. And this is the moment when we start drawing a map. I did not want to do this, but I have no other choice. Okay, so we start from who knows where, and we go towards north. That was the first one. Then we went towards west. And then we went towards north. And now we have two options. We can go, well, three. We can go south, but that would just lead us back. We can go east, or we can go north again. So we are moving on a kind of grid, let's hope. Let's go towards the north. Just straight ahead. Okay. Where can I go now? Not east. I can go southeast. Okay. I can go south, which makes sense. I can go southwest, west, northwest, north, nothing. Okay. So, we cannot go any further to the north. We cannot go northwest. We cannot go west, southwest. We can go south, which would just lead us back. We can go southeast. Now that is interesting. Why can we go southeast? Well, we can go southeast Because if you remember, on our previous stop, we could go north, so forwards, or east, so to the right. Now we can go in a diagonal way, down and right, south, east. So that would get us to the other direction in which we could have moved on our previous stop. Who's that? Ah, Elliot, thank you. That is so relaxing. It helps with all of this thinking. So I think, at least, that if I move south from here, let's try it. If we move to the south, thank you. If we move to the south, then now we will have a way either to the east or to the west. Now, originally, when we were here, do you have the clues for the sounds? Don't tell me that the little hissing noise is important again. I'll worry about those later. Just, yep. I really just hope those are just noises. Well, never mind. We will worry about those once I know where the heck I am. But thank you. All sounds here are important. Yeah, I am so happy. So, we went to north and then we turned around and went to the south. Okay. Now, because of that, now we are facing to the south. Originally here, we could go to east, but I think now we will be able to go to the west. I pressed the wrong button. Don't worry about it. What does the backtrack do actually? It brings me back to the beginning. Is this the full beginning of the entire thing? I don't think so. I want to figure out what the backtracking does, now that I'm thoroughly lost. I guess there is a point beyond which you cannot backtrack anymore. And I think we just hit that spot because we are going up. Yes, and this is where we started. Okay. So let's go forwards. I have my little map somewhat figured out. So let's see if I can figure out this thing. Now it is true that there are sounds. There is a click here, like a high-pitched happy click. Now my idea is that the sounds are connected to the specific stations, let's call them, where our little train stops. So here I can only go forwards towards north. Here we have a little bzz sound. And here I think we can only go to west. I still find it really strange how instead of rotating our train, we are kind of switching tracks. It makes things much more complicated to understand, for me at least. Now, maybe I'm just getting things all wrong, possible, but given that the developers pre-rendered everything, so they didn't really have to worry about how the game would render things in real time, I don't understand why they didn't just create like a rotating system instead of this picking up the train and putting it on another track idea. We'll see. Okay, so here I can go towards west. What will be that sound like? I think this is the same happy click. Okay. Next one, we can go towards north. Yeah. What will be that like? It's like a pss sound. Fun fact, many games I play in the middle of night, and because I don't really want to disturb my lovely kin, I often play those games without sound. No, in most multiplayer games you can do that, no trouble. But let me tell you, this is not one of those games that you want to play without any sound. So here we have two options. We can go north, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Or we can go east. Now I already went north, and that's a dead end, except we have there a southeast route, which I think will take us to the same station as if we choose east here, because we create a little triangle. So let's go towards the east now. And I have a little theory to prove here. I think that was another ps. Now, if I am correct, then, because from the other station we could get here if we chose the southeast, my bad, my southeast direction, then the opposite of that is now open here. The opposite of southeast is northwest. So, in theory, northwest will be available here. It is not. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Our position is important. Which way we face, right? So we went east like this. So in theory, if this is east, this is north. No, that would be northwest. Oh goodness, this will be tricky. Well, let's try to make sense of what the heck we're doing. So east is open, southeast is not, south is not, southwest is not, west is. That makes sense because that's the way we came. Even though we could turn around, and that's important. So we have east. Okay, that east would just continue in the same way. So let's go east, I guess. I am so confused. That is like a ping. Okay. Southeast, nothing. We have one to the south. Southwest. We have one to the west, but that just brings us back to the same position. North, northeast, and east. So apparently we have one to the northeast. Let's go to the northeast, I guess. I think that was a buzz. I didn't know this would be this big. I'm running out of paper. Okay, we have a north. Let's go north. How big is this freaking thing? I think that's a click. Okay, fine. I get another piece of paper. Well, let's start this again. So we start from a station that has a click sound. Then we go north and end up at another, which has a bzz sound. This game is making a fool out of me. Then we go to the west. And there we have a click sound. Goodness. Then we go to the north. And we have a pss sound. Then we can go in two different directions. One bringing us to the ps sound. Again. Yeah, apparently again. Okay, let's backtrack a bit and try to figure out where we are. Now there should be a click here. Or a bzz. Okay. Then this will be a ping. Okay, it was a ping. Wonderful. Oh, goodness. Okay, so there's a ping here. And in theory, if we are looking in the same direction, then there is a northeast route and there is a south route right here. Okay, I think I know where we are. Okay. What's here? Another ping. Now, fun fact, we actually kind of made almost a circle here. Because first we went to the north and then we went west, north, east, east, south, and if we could go towards west again, I guess we would kind of turn or end up where we started. But I guess that's impossible, so let's see. So we are looking towards south. We turn towards southwest. That's blocked. West should be blocked. Northwest is blocked. North is the way back. Northeast is blocked. East is not blocked. Southeast is not blocked, and south is not blocked either. Yippee! Okay, once again we have so many different ways to go. Okay, north. I guess let's go back. I mean, not back, but towards south, which is down on my little drawing. Are you kidding me? There are curves now. How am I supposed to draw this? Is this a bzz sound or I'm not even sure at this point. Okay, we have south blocked. Southwest blocked. West. You know why west is really interesting to be open here? Because if we are really moving on a grid, which apparently we are not, and the distance between every single station is the same, then west of our current location is actually the starting point of this entire freaking thing. But apparently all those curves made this one route a bit longer. Or at least hope this is an exception. Okay, so we can go to the west. Or we can go back towards the north. Now let's see if my theory at least here holds. If we go towards the north, that means we are going back to where we were previously. Meaning we have to go through the same curves again. Yay! There are curves! I'm so happy. I do like curves. Okay, so we have to go. Let's go east. Let's go east. Who cares about consistency? Okay, we have a bzz sound. I can almost imagine the developers when they were like, you know what would be an interesting puzzle? What? Turning the subway into a puzzle. Just remove all of the signs, station numbers, and pretty much everything that would allow people to figure out where the heck they are. Yeah. Oh, and also, don't give them a map. Okay. Let's see. East, southeast. South is blocked. Wonderful. Southwest is blocked. West will not be blocked because that's the way we came. Give me one freaking dead end already, please. Okay, so this is east. Okay. Northeast is not blocked. I'm so happy. North is not blocked either. Oh, goodness. Okay, northwest. And west is just back. Fine. Fine. Well, let's go north. Bing. Okay, what do we have now? Nothing. 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 And the way back. Okay, so far so good. It almost looks like a dead end. Almost. Okay, let's go the left side. Northwest. It's blocked. West. It's not blocked, you... Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Southwest. Okay. And south. Now, in theory, if my grid is gridding, which it rarely does, then west should actually bring us back to a area where we were before. And there it should ping. It bzz. How? How? This map just doesn't work in 3 dimensions. I mean, it kind of does, but the problem is that because it seems the travel between stations are different, the distance between them are different, you can't simply work with a grid. And so you kind of have halfway stations in between other points. And it makes me redraw everything a million times, which is not fun. Okay, so we have a bzz here. And west is blocked, obviously, because that would actually bring us back to the place where I said we would be. Northwest is available. Oh, goodness. How? How? I know you can't see my my drawing right now, but no, you can't. You can't go that way. You absolutely cannot go that way. That doesn't work at all. Okay, I guess let's try to reconsider our options here, right? It's all fine. We just have to redraw the map. Revision number 170. Okay. I mean, later or sooner we will either find a dead end or a wormhole. At this point, I wouldn't be exactly surprised by the letter either. Okay. And I wouldn't say that the game is frustrating. What is slightly annoying about it is the fact that I have rarely anything to really go off of. I don't have an established base with the puzzles. I'm always kind of just thrown into whatever place, and I have to figure out, like, okay, what do I have to do here? Because I have multiple bits of information, multiple puzzles, and I have to guess my way through which one I should focus on. And here, once again, maybe the sounds are important, but I'm just obviously lost. I'm trying to figure out, is there some logic to this, or I'm just supposed to go around, figure out a way out, and then I will be met by yet another puzzle that asks me for sounds. Now we have a northwest here. Maybe this will actually lead me to an interesting area. I think that was a bzz. Now this might be a station that we already could have visited. We didn't, but this is to the northwest. And compared to this, to the southwest, there should be something that there isn't. So it doesn't connect with anything. Even though on the map that should be there, but it obviously isn't. Okay, there's nothing to the south. There's nothing to southwest. There's nothing to west. Nothing to northwest. Nothing to north. Nothing to northeast. Nothing to east. Only to southeast. So apparently this is a dead end. And it does not connect with anything. We found the dead end! Yay! I'm so happy. Okay. Okay, in theory we're good. Okay, let's backtrack here. If we backtrack here, in theory we will go back to a bzz sound. Bzz enough. Okay. Wait, that wasn't a bzz sound. Let's backtrack once more. This should be a ping. Okay, this is a ping. If I go to the west now, then I should end up with a bzz sound. This wasn't a bzz sound, this was a ps sound. Big difference. Okay, okay. I mean, I have erasers for days. Okay, so here I can go towards northwest, but that's a dead end. I can go towards north. Let's see what's to the north. Bang. Damn it, this is another dead end, because if there is something to the left of this. Nothing to the northwest, nothing to the west. Don't you even dare. Okay, good. Nothing to the left side of it, lovely. Anything to the right? Northeast? Nothing. East? Nothing. Good. Southeast? Nothing. It's a dead end. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Backtrack. So these two are dead ends. Finally, we found some dead ends. Okay, that was a psst. Wonderful. Any other routes we have here? We have northeast. Are you kidding me at this point? How many ways are there leading out of this one freaking place? Okay, east is the way back. I know that much. We came here facing west. There is a southwest way. There, oh goodness. Okay. There is a south way as well. All of them will be dead ends. I'm calling it now. Southeast. There is nothing to the southeast. Yay. Okay, let's go south. It better be a dead end, because it wouldn't make any sense if it wasn't, to be honest. Okay, south. It was a ping. Nothing to southwest. Nothing to west. Nothing to northwest. Let's look at the other side of things. Nothing to southeast, nothing to east, nothing to northeast. Let's backtrack. This is a dead end. So this middle station with the ps sound, where we are going right now. This one is kind of a hub. And there is nothing to the southeast. There is a dead end to the south. And then there is a southwest station, which I'm assuming will be another dead end. Was that a ping? Or a click? I think that was a click. Nothing to the southwest, nothing to the west, nothing to northwest. I'm calling it now, it will be a dead end. Southeast, east, northeast. That is not a dead end. Oh wait, that's the way back. Three and 4, and now it goes back. Yeah. 4 because I was actually looking in the right direction and it has to go through forward direction. Okay, so that was another dead end. Wonderful. So now the next one is not south. So we entered facing towards west. There is one to northwest, that's a dead end. There is one to north, that's a dead end. There is one to northeast, that's the last one. Hopefully it's a dead end and we can get out of this place. That's a bzz if I ever heard one. Okay. East, southeast, south. Nothing. Wonderful. Nothing to the north, nothing to northwest, nothing to west. Love it. So, this is all just one big mess of a hub that is a collection of 5 dead ends to mess up my time. Okay, so now we go back to the pink station, one of many pink stations, and we will be facing west here. Ping and west, wonderful. Now there is nothing to northwest or north or northeast or east or southeast here, which is important. Also, let's check southwest just to be sure. Yep, nothing southwest. So if we position ourselves to look towards the north, then backtracking will happen right away. Wonderful. And we go back to the bus station. Okay, we are making some progress. Was that a bzz? That wasn't really a bzz, if you ask me. That, I don't know, that was something different. Well, whatever. Northeast, okay, so we have one northeast way here. Nothing to east, nothing southeast, nothing south, or southwest. Let's check northwest. Nothing. Okay, so we only have one additional way available here, and that is northeast. If this is a dead end, then this entire branch can be just forgotten. I think that was a bzz. Okay. Nothing! More nothing! Even more nothing, my favorite. No, even if I mess up some of the sounds, if I have at least a somewhat correct map, I can make sense of most of this place and return if I have to make sure I get the sounds right. Okay, southwest is the way back. So we do have one additional way to look at, unfortunately. We were facing northeast and now we can go towards west. Alright. Let's look towards the west. Psst. Once again, completely destroys my grid, but the game doesn't really care about that. What? How many freaking ways are there out of this? East is actually the way back. Okay. Northeast, here we go. I really hope this is just another dead-end hub. Yeah, it most likely is. North, northwest, west, southwest. Is that where we came from? I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So this was to northeast. This was a bzz. Welcome in, Zeph. And welcome in, Raiders. I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror, and right now losing my mind underground in the classic point-and-click adventure game called Myst. Now, obviously, if you need to raid and run, please do feel free. The most important is always to take care of yourself. And that applies both to the streamer and the wonderful raiders as well. But if you have a moment, please do share what were you doing. I see you streamed the Vintage Story. How was the Survivor? Did you survive another few days, or did you get eaten by a bear? Hopefully not. Let's see, north, northwest. So this lovely puzzle wants us to figure out where the right way is out of this labyrinth. And let me tell you, I am failing terribly. I got murdered a few times, but not by a bear. I killed a bear with rocks. Wow. That's violent. I found a lot of copper. That's good. What can you do with copper? I'm not really familiar with the game or what you can craft from all those things. Tools and such. Well, I hope that your tools will be much better made out of copper. And you will be able to hunt down bears, well, with using something more sophisticated than rocks. It's kind of the ores metal you can, the first metal you can work with. Oh, that's great. So you are moving on to some metal tools. I guess you've been using stone tools, much like in Minecraft. Let's see, northeast. Okay. Why would I waste copper if I can throw 25 rocks to kill a bear? I mean, yeah, that is efficient, but have you thought about the bear? Maybe provide a less painful demise to the poor fluffy fella? The bear tried to eat me. That's kind of the point of having the bear in the game, I'm assuming. Except if you can have a bear as a pet, which would be equal parts terrifying and adorable. But how did you manage to throw 25 rocks at the bear without it catching up to you? Did you have the high ground? Now let's see, we should be able to go west from here. I have a feeling this is the right direction. It fell in my home pit. Why does your home have a pit? And why is the track all of a sudden at an angle? This place will never end. It's around my living area to stop animals from eating my food and me. I like how you listed your food first and only then mentioned yourself. Really shows your priorities. I did hear that when you are camping, it's a good idea to have all your food and things up in trees so the animals can get to them. I guess having a pit to trap the animals is also one way to go about that. Grammar rules. You name yourself last. Really? That's an interesting rule. I haven't heard that one. I guess that is mostly when you list multiple people. but it makes sense. Oh, I love drawing little maps for games, let me tell you. And this one takes the cake. Not like the poor bear, because they did not take the cake. They took the rocks. I mean, if Zev had bricks, I'm pretty sure the bear would have gotten some bricks instead. So let's see, we went... Wait, we went which direction again? I have to admit I'm slightly confused now. Because you see... the direction I chose was west, right? So... I would assume that when our little train comes to a stop, it will face west. Except there is a slight curve to our track. And so it is facing south. Okay. Way to mix things up. And I have good chances to get a new job in real life. That's wonderful news. I hope that you will enjoy your new job and it will be much better than your previous one. Such great news. Can I ask what kind of a job? Or you shouldn't? Well, you shouldn't or wouldn't want to say. Well, we went south, so I guess north is the way back, which means that this is a dead end. West, nothing. Southwest, we can go southwest. Is this a straight one or one with a curve again? Because I'm not redrawing it. I knew it, there are curves. Okay, so this was actually a straight one with curves. Okay. At this point, I'm kind of giving up on the sounds. I just want to figure out how to get out of here. West. Great. Because there are unique animations here with the curves and all that, I think that this is the right way to go, but I might be completely wrong here. Also, I'm running out of paper again. I can go south. There's no way. I can go east as well. This map is absolutely massive. School support / integration assistant in a special needs school. Oh, that is wonderful. I hope that you get the job, and that's just such a wonderful thing. You more than deserve a nice job. So I hope it will all go your way. This will never end. Literally, this will never end. I've been going around here for more than an hour, at least. And I barely found any dead ends. I found a ridiculous amount of stations leading nowhere in particular. And as much as I understand the appeal of such a puzzle, I'm starting to feel like that the developers might have overdone this one because it's just so big. I mean, you can easily spend hours going around here, getting absolutely nowhere. Considering that they are already inviting me for a visit at the school, it's going pretty well so far. Applied last week. Oh, that was quick. But that is definitely a really good sign. And I hope that they will hire you right away when you go to visit the school. Have you been there before? Or you found the job application somewhere online? I hope it is a nice place. Yes, at this point I'm just randomly choosing locations and directions, hoping that I will end up somewhere. Probably won't. I went north, I'm looking east. There is apparently a big need for school support, so they are pretty quick at responding. A friend recommended me the school. Oh! Can I ask what exactly school support entails? Because I'm not necessarily sure. Especially because pretty much in every school system and country there are different ideas about such things. We went here, I think. East. Let's go east. Why not? Yeah, I kind of gave up on mapping the whole thing at this point. I have a sneaking suspicion that in the 4th journal that I haven't read, there is a map of this very subway system, which could have helped, but well, that's about that. Okay, so I can't go east any longer. It's pretty much an extra person that helps a child at their schoolwork, while the school day depends a bit on the needs a child has. Oh, I see. That makes sense that quite a lot of people are required for such positions then. But I hope it will go just as you planned. And you will get a lot of experience. Because that is one of the things that you can get at school. Nonetheless, all the jobs require it. It's certainly rather interesting when you just finish university and you have your degree and you look for beginner jobs and they all ask for 3 or 5 years of experience, and you're there like, well, if this is a beginner position, how am I supposed to have that? But I think with all this, I can safely say that I am lost. Absolutely and utterly lost. It doesn't really help me in the biology department, but still a nice job. Well, in one way it's a nice job. Second of all, you are helping people and you still get some experience, though it's more like social interactions, I guess. That was strange. That was really strange. Did I mess up my map here? Maybe I did. There are curves here. They should be a straight one. Then I think we will just backtrack all the way and and save for today. It's a job I'm more qualified for than my current job. It's closer to my home, it's better scheduled, and it has better pay. Well, that all sounds like a plus to me. So maybe it's not the dream job yet, but it's an improvement in many ways. And who knows, maybe it opens up some more doors down the line. You never know. You see, VOTV said that the sounds are important, but if I have to remember all of these sounds along this route, that is quite insane. Okay, we're back to the way, I think. Okay, another Okay, and then a click. Yes, and then a bzz and a click, and we're freaking out of here. Alright, that was the bzz. Then we get to the click. Oh, I just realized this replays the sound. Well, better late than never, I guess. Not that the sounds are important just yet. Or at least I think they are not. But after spending more than an hour just going around on the subway and getting absolutely lost, I guess we will have to return to this world another time, and I won't be able to finish this part of the game just yet, even though I'm not necessarily surprised. It took me quite a bit of time just to figure out the musical puzzle on Myst Island, so it makes sense that I didn't have as much time to visit this age and then make my way back, but we did figure out the puzzle with the piano, and we also managed to open this door. You open up this freaking instance. Open. And it seems we will be back with another Myst stream sometime, when we will be trying to make sense of the underground tunnels and perhaps make our way back to the main island and take the pages with us. Now, we did find one red page outside on this island, and I wouldn't be surprised if the blue page was somewhere underground. But it seems we cannot really go anywhere else on this screen but this train, as I like to call it, even though it looks more like a submarine. However, for today it's time to save the game and give it a bit of a rest, even though we only earned one trophy. I think it was quite fun, and in a way I didn't get stuck, I would say. It's only that this puzzle takes a lot of time. I'm not necessarily sure if that is the intended way, or I'm just missing some clues. But let's see what we did here. What trophy did we get? A pleasant melody. Link to the Selenitic age. Well, we did that. And interestingly, this trophy is 3.3% amongst all the players. Making it pretty rare, but not our rarest yet, I think. Returning from Channelwood is rarer than getting to this age, but getting out of this age, well, that will be a puzzle for another day, even though we kind of already solved half of it, at least I would say, with the puzzle outside. But it seems that the underground one is a tough one to crack. Well, that's how it is, but I am happy to be back with this game, and knowing that a remake will soon be released, I think it is the perfect time to play this classic. But for this week we are done with the riddling puzzles of Myst. But we're not done with all the streams just yet, because I will be back on Friday, as I said, with more Silent Hill 2 remake. But until that, I thank you for joining me. I hope that you enjoy this slightly more goofy stream. Just stumbling my way through the clues and hints. And with that said, it's time to raid, and we are going to raid Vivian, a fellow VTuber who was here in the chat just earlier talking about some speedrunning. And would you believe, they are speedrunning some Mario Kart Wii. So let's see if they can beat their best, or perhaps set another world record. So please say hello to Vivian, and if you are interested in more of my shenanigans, don't forget to follow me here and on Blue Sky for my weekly schedules, and also some posts about what I'm doing behind the scenes. For now, however, I thank you for tuning in. Have a wonderful evening, and as always, good night.